The Committee on Rules and Administration will come to order. Good morning. I'm glad to welcome our witnesses today. This is a hearing that I think is appropriate in its timing as we look toward the rest of the year. There's 104 days until the general election. There are still a few primary elections to be held around the country. State and local officials, however, began preparation for this fall's election long before now. As the former Missouri Secretary of State, which would be the chief election official in our state, and as the Greene County Clerk and Election Authority, my first elected job, I've administered elections and know how much advanced planning and preparation is required. I know that the limited resources available often are not up to what needs to be done, particularly in a year like this. I also know that election officials prepare for natural disasters and other eventualities as a matter of course. There are lots of what will we do if questions that election officials address before every election, and sometimes they have to move forward on the what will we do if because something happens. This year, with COVID-19, with the pandemic, I think it's taken the pressures and challenges of the election to a new level. Already limited resources must have to be put to use not just to ensure the safety and security of our democracy, but to ensure the health and safety of individual voters and election workers. Elections during the pandemic are not unprecedented. We had midterm elections, I'm told, that were conducted during the 2018 flu pandemic. And more recently in 2009, a handful of states held off-year elections during the H1N1 flu pandemic. It was unexpected, just like the situations we're dealing with now would have been unexpected a year ago. Since the March 13th declaration of a national emergency, election officials and state officials around the country have addressed the pandemic by postponing elections, by expanding early and absentee voting programs, by reallocating or relocating polling places away from places where individuals at risk are, by working with health officials to ensure that polling places are properly cleaned and sanitized and that the appropriate personal protective equipment's available at polling places and ballot processing facilities. Election officials have also recruited additional election workers, implemented other programs like curbside voting that would help make voting less of a health risk. Election officials have done all of this on top of the continuing efforts to ensure that this country's elections are secure from malicious actors who seek to attack voting infrastructure and spread disinformation. All of these elections and all of these actions have been taken to ensure that every voter can cast their ballot safely and securely in this year's elections. That's something that everyone here can agree on. Voters in this country must be able to cast a ballot safely and securely without putting their health at risk, both this fall in the general election and the remaining primary elections leading up to the general. Those are principles that hopefully we all agree with. To that end, Congress has provided funds to election officials to assist with administrating elections during the pandemic, on top of the $805 million that Congress previously provided for election security. $400 million was appropriated specifically to assist with pandemic-related election expenses in the CARES Act. This money was provided without any federal policy mandates, in keeping with really almost 250 years of our history of state-run elections. Today, I look forward to hearing how much money is going to be needed in terms of additional financial assistance, and also hearing how the money that's already been provided by the federal government has been used. We are fortunate today to have four great witnesses join us. Two of them are here with us. Two are joining us from their offices, and we look forward to both your testimony and the questions, and I'm honored to recognize my good friend Senator Klobuchar for her opening remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Blunt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing. It couldn't come at a more crucial time. And thank you to our public officials and leaders who are here today and the thousands of people that actually wrote us about this hearing who want to be able to vote, and they want to be able to vote safely. Today we are in the midst of an unprecedented pandemic, and we have already seen examples of chaos and disenfranchisement that happened when this pandemic came upon us. The Wisconsin primary will forever be etched in the minds of those that saw the images of voters standing in line in mass and garbage bags in the rain just to exercise their right to vote. According to local health officials, nearly 70 people, voters and poll workers, contracted coronavirus as a result of them simply going to the polls. I had a Vietnam vet write me and said, I put my life on the line for our country, and now is my choice to not be able to vote or to sacrifice my health. I have a pre-existing condition. I think we're all here because we understand this is not a partisan issue. This virus can hit Democrats, Republicans, independents, people of any party, and people of any party also want to vote. So let's look at solutions. For the primary, 12 out of 16 states that require an excuse to vote by mail changed their rules, which is great, to allow all voters to cast ballots by mail, including red states, including states like Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky, South Carolina, Alabama, and Missouri. And just this week, Alabama announced it will allow anyone concerned about the virus to vote by mail. 12 states also mailed absentee ballot applications to registered voters, including states like New York and Connecticut, states like Iowa and Michigan, and states like Nebraska and West Virginia. And states as diverse as New Jersey and Nevada mailed absentee ballots to all registered voters. These decisions weren't made on a partisan basis. Both Republican and Democratic local officials across the country took these actions to protect voters. Throughout the primary, we've seen voters turning to vote by mail in a big way. We know there's overwhelming support in actually voters in both parties in a number of swing states, at least where I've seen polls, for making sure that our Congress gives the resources necessary to the states so that people can exercise their right to vote. And I just want to keep pointing out the support that we've seen for money and help from Republican leaders across our country. Some examples. We've got Iowa's Republican Secretary of State Paul Pate has said, we're going to be aggressively promoting and encouraging votes. Please vote by mail through the absentee process. Washington's Republican Secretary of State Kim Wyman has been advocating for the expansion of voting by mail during the pandemic. We have seen Florida's primary, 57% of Republicans mailed their ballot compared to only 41% of Democrats. 96% of voters in Maryland's Republican primary voted by mail. The Republican Party in Florida sent out a mailer encouraging voters to request an absentee ballot. It has an image of a tweet from the president that begins, "Absentee ballots are fine. A person has to go through a process to get and use them." But then it blurs out the rest of the tweet where the president goes on to attack voting by mail. I wanted to bring that up, not because I want to be partisan, but because I think it's really important for people to understand how untrue these allegations are about voting by mail. Mitt Romney has stood up and said he is proud that his state has such a high percentage of voting by mail. In the words of Ohio's Republican Secretary of State, it is irresponsible, whether it's a Republican or Democrat, for people to create a sense incorrectly in the minds of voters that they can't trust their election. As the New York Times editorial board noted, Oregon has sent out more than 100 million mail-in ballots since 2000 and has documented only about a dozen cases of proven fraud. Rounded to the seventh decimal point, that is 0.0000001% of all votes cast. That's my first point. My second point is that states need help. Mr. Chairman, as part of the CARES Act, I was pleased to be able to work with you and Senator Leahy, Coons, Shelby, Kennedy, and others to secure the $400 million in funding to make our elections resilient. We know that is not enough. For Georgia's June primary, election officials spent over $8 million of the $10.9 million the state received from the CARES Act. That's in a primary. And New York has spent nearly all of its funding. By the way, New York had a rate of voting by mail of only 5%. Think about that changeover when I know the Secretary of State's knowing that in many states over 50% of people are voting by mail. Kentucky, Ohio, and Wisconsin election officials have reported they have spent the majority of their funding already. We know that it's not just the funding we need. The bill that I have authored with Senator Wyden puts in some minimum standards. I know not everyone here is a fan of them, but I think this idea that we could just say to people, hey, you can keep the polls open for 20 days, similar to the version that passed in the HEROES Act in the House. We're not going to have any requirements. You have to have a notary to be able to go out and get your absentee ballot. And I am really pleased that state officials have taken this on, but not every state official has. And I think we should have some minimum standards in place. Beyond that, I know one thing that there is some widespread agreement on between Democrats and Republicans is that we need the funding in this HEROES Act to help people vote. I would rather be putting ballots in a mailbox than people in the hospital. That's a choice we have for so many voters, and that's why you see overwhelming support for getting funding, and something I believe that we can get done on a bipartisan basis. Funding for not just the vote by mail and the postage and the envelopes, which we're seeing just an increase we never thought possible during this pandemic, but also for keeping polls open early and for making sure that we're training workers at the polls who don't have pre-existing conditions, who aren't seniors, who aren't putting themselves in a vulnerable position by working at the polls. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your leadership and for being willing to have this hearing.
Well, thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Let's go to our witnesses. I'd first ask Senator Alexandra to introduce our witness from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, in Tennessee, we take our secretaries of state seriously. We've had some good ones, and Trey Hargett certainly one of the very best. He was elected our 37th Secretary of State more than 10 years ago, reelected in 2013 and 17. He's recognized by his peers. He's an influential member of the National Association of Secretaries of States. He's vice president of the Southern Region, a member of the association's executive committee. He's led a massive overhaul of our state department's technological abilities, and including online voter registration and a Go Vote Tennessee mobile app. When he's not working on elections, he's working on libraries. He's been an avid promoter and architect of our Tennessee State Library and Archives and its new facilities at Bicentennial Mall. He's been in the House of Representatives. He was twice elected Republican leader. He's one of our most distinguished citizens. I'm proud to welcome to the committee Trey Hargett.
Thank you, Senator Alexander. Senator Capito, we've got a witness from West Virginia for you to introduce.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm really pleased to introduce my friend, our Secretary of State, West Virginia's Mac Warner. Mac lives in Morgantown, but he's a native of Charleston, West Virginia. He's a graduate of the United States Military Academy, as are several of his brothers, and more than a few of his children as well. But he also is an attorney graduating from the West Virginia College of Law. He has a Master's of Law degree also from the University of Virginia and the Army Judge Advocate General School. He served 23 years in the United States Army, serving on 4 continents, and has served for 5 years as for the Department of State in Afghanistan for 5 years. He was sworn in as our 30th Secretary of State, which is in charge of our election process. He's a tireless advocate for election security and making it easier for our deployed military personnel to be able to vote in our state's elections. He did have a difficult election. The governor pushed the date back by a month this primary election, but Secretary Warner handled it and his staff handled it with great success, changed some of the protocols, and everything seemed to work out pretty smoothly. So congratulations to him. He also has been innovative in the online space, online voting space, and that he has an innovative system, I'm sure he'll talk about it, to have deployed military personnel vote remotely from wherever they are deployed. So I'm very pleased that Secretary Warner is here with us to share his experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And from Missouri, we have Rick Stream, the Director of Elections in St. Louis County. It's our biggest single jurisdiction with 750,000 registered voters. The county has over 1 million people in the county. Mr. Stream was in the legislature for several years, was in the Navy for a career before that, and has been the Director of Elections since 2017. And Senator Klobuchar, I think you're going to introduce our fourth panelist today.
Thank you. I'm proud to have with us today Ms. Kristen Clark. She serves as the President and Executive Director of the National Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under law. Throughout her career, she has focused on work that seeks to strengthen democracy by combating discrimination faced by African Americans and other communities of color. She spent several years at the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund. Prior to joining the Legal Defense Fund, she worked in the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division, where she served as a federal prosecutor in the criminal section of the division. She has received her AB from Harvard University and her JD from Columbia Law School, and we're honored to have her here today.
Thank you, Senator. I think most of the panel, the witnesses have submitted statements for the record, but we'd be glad to have you share however much of that statement you'd like to share. We'll go through these statements in the order that our witnesses were introduced. And so, Secretary Haggart, if...
Wait a minute. Hey, Roy.
Yes, yes.
Schumer, I'm
Oh,
supposed to testify.
would you like to, Chuck, would you like to make some opening remarks?
Yes, I would.
The Democrat leaders, we're lucky to have him on the committee, and he's here today. And go ahead, and we've got a few minutes here if you want to use it.
Thank you. And thank you, Chairman Blunt. You're always courteous, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify before the Rules Committee, and I appreciate the three witnesses waiting for my testimony. I want to thank Amy Klobuchar for the amazing job she does on the election, the rights of people to vote, particularly during these pandemic times. So last week, after 6 decades as one of the nation's most preeminent civil rights leaders, Congressman John Lewis passed away. His trials, his tribulations, and ultimately his triumphs are well known to us all. His actions as a young man helped change the trajectory of a nation and brought about the Voting Rights Act, perhaps the most important piece of civil rights legislation this Congress has ever passed. Unfortunately, many of the old enemies John faced down have not yet been vanquished. Racial disparities persist and gnaw at the fabric of our democracy. The law that John Lewis nearly died for has been gutted by the Supreme Court. And unfortunately, only one political party seems interested to restore it. We meet today, some in person and some virtually, on the subject of elections and the fundamental right of every American citizen to be able to vote, something John Lewis spent his whole life marching for. And as we mourn the loss, I'd ask my fellow Americans, including my colleagues on this committee of both parties, to take up his loss, take up his mission. In 103 days, our nation will seek to hold an election in the face of unprecedented challenges. We all know administering a national election is a complicated endeavor, even under the most favorable of conditions, and doing so while navigating COVID-19 is downright harrowing. States and localities need resources to make the adjustments necessary to ensure that every American who wishes to cast a ballot can do so safely. Independent experts estimate the federal government would need to provide $3.6 billion in additional funding in order to ensure that state and local officials have what they need to meet this challenge. The HEROES Act, which passed the House more than 2 months ago, provides that amount along with critical protections related to mail-in voting, in-person voting, voter registration, and other things. Unfortunately, as localities prepare for the 2020 election and urge more federal resources to hold safe elections, that legislation has languished in the Senate, while President Trump and some congressional Republicans have spread misinformation about voting by mail. A lack of urgency from our Senate Republican leadership, and I know you're trying very hard, Chairman Blunt, to get something done here, but the leadership is not giving us what we need in providing these desperately needed resources, and that should appall most Americans. John Lewis's mission was to restore the right to vote. The best way to keep his legacy alive is not simply giving good speeches on the floor, as important and nice as they are, but is to make sure that right to vote, even during this COVID crisis, is preserved, protected, and not abused. The callous way, just last week, the majority leader dismissed the pernicious voter suppression that corrodes our democracy to this very day as nonsense that the Democrats are promoting. The calloused way in which these remarks completely dismiss the experience of Black and Latino voters, who have to wait 45 to 46% longer on average than white persons to cast a ballot, often as a result of intentional polling closures, we've seen it in state after state, is jarring. I acknowledge there are legitimate policy disputes on how to best preserve the economy, protect public health, provide a quality education to the students in the midst of this crisis. But one thing that should not be in dispute, however, is whether Congress should provide the resources experts and officials from across the political spectrum warn are so desperately needed to protect the November election. We need to prepare for an unprecedented flood of mail-in ballots by ensuring the Postal Service has sufficient funding and makes no detrimental changes to their operation that could have negative impact on elections this fall. We're talking about the very wellspring of our wonderful democracy, free and fair elections. It shouldn't be an issue about right and left because it's an issue of right and wrong. Members from both sides of the aisle have released heartfelt statements in recent days honoring the life of John Lewis. Over the next few weeks, every member of this body will have an opportunity to make it abundantly clear where they actually stand on the most critical component of John Lewis's legacy, his unwavering belief in the fundamental right of every American citizen to cast a ballot free from undue burden. Speeches are fine, but John Lewis would prefer action. Action means supporting the legislation in the Heroes Bill. As we debate the next round of COVID relief, Democrats will insist on providing states the resources to carry out our elections fairly, safely, and efficiently. And I hope our Republican friends will join us. It's nice to make grand statements about the unparalleled life of John Lewis, paying lip service to his legacy without taking meaningful action would be the height of hypocrisy. I thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman, Madam Ranking Member, and yield the floor.
Thank you, Senator. Secretary Hargett.
Colleagues are in my prayers during this challenging time for our nation and our world, and I'm indeed grateful for your service. While I don't speak for each Secretary of State or chief election official in our country, I express our appreciation for the election-specific appropriation from the CARES Act. In Tennessee, these dollars have been instrumental in providing for additional ballot scanning equipment, larger ballot boxes, absentee envelopes, hand sanitizer, PPE, poll worker recruitment, and public outreach. Tennessee is also one of the fortunate states that was able to meet the necessary match requirement for these funds. I would humbly ask if there is an additional round of money appropriated for election administration for the upcoming election, that those funds not have a match requirement and also be free of additional federal mandates requiring states to change the manner and method of casting the votes. I have confidence that each of you cares deeply about the ability of our states to conduct elections, and I hope you will continue to respect each state's authority to conduct elections in a manner that has or will work with their respective states. It would not be appropriate nor do we need to federalize the administration of our elections. What works in Tennessee may not work in Colorado, Oregon, or Missouri, and vice versa. We must continue to understand that one size does not fit all when it comes to elections. I'm sure you're interested in learning about our preparations to conduct the current and upcoming elections during COVID-19. In mid-March, we began working to purchase necessary items such as absentee ballot envelopes that we anticipated could be subject to supply chain issues, and we set up working groups of local and state election officials, along with private industry partners, to develop our COVID-19 election contingency plan. We also had health experts review the plan and participate in statewide training calls. The result was a detailed 85-page election plan that thought through every possible step of the election process, including how to reduce the touch points in the election process, sanitization of polling sites, increasing the size and number of early voting polling sites, as well as their hours of operation, and recruitment of additional poll officials. The health and safety of poll officials and Tennessee voters has been of utmost importance to us through our planning process. Our Be a Patriot, Become a Poll Official campaign yielded over 3,100 new poll officials, which shouldn't come as a surprise given Tennessee's recognition as a volunteer state. Specifically, our new poll officials will help us fill the gap of poll officials who may not want to work during this election cycle this year. Building a new bench of new poll officials will also help in the future, since our average poll worker is over 65 years of age. We have put an emphasis on recruiting 16 and 17-year-olds this year. We believe this will encourage our young people to be civically engaged for the rest of their lives. There's been a lot of conversation nationally about mail-in ballots. While over a period of years and decades, some states have moved to a system of mailing ballots to each registered voter, most states have continued to primarily utilize in-person voting to conduct their elections. Prior to a recent court ruling, which is under appeal, more than a third of Tennessee's registered voters were eligible to request and cast an absentee ballot under one of 14 different excuses provided by Tennessee law. Tennesseans love to cast a ballot in person. Historically, over 98% of Tennessee voters cast a ballot during Tennessee's robust early voting period or on election day. During the average presidential election, over 60% of the votes will have already been cast during early voting. Tennessee is a state that has built our election infrastructure around our voters' habits of voting in person. Last Friday, our early voting period began, and I traveled to 10 counties to observe early voting, as well as how our counties were meeting the challenge of administering elections during the current pandemic. Voters are coming to their voting sites with confidence and enthusiasm to vote in these elections. And without fail, they lauded the precautions and efforts made by our state and local election officials to ensure the health and safety of our voters and poll officials. Additionally, when it comes to mail-in ballots, we can mail out ballots in a timely fashion, and voters can return them at what they deem as timely to ensure they're returned by Election Day. However, we have no control over the operations of the United States Postal Service. Each election year, without fail, counties mail ballots that are never returned or that are received weeks after Election Day. Now, recent reports of operational issues with the United States Postal Service cause an even greater erosion in confidence in the ballots cast by mail. Whether it's the timely delivery of these ballots, the dumping of ballots in the lobby of apartment complexes in New Jersey, a voter registration application being sent to a cat in Georgia, or the recent ballot harvesting issues in North Carolina, and even Tennessee, where a voter's absentee ballot was mailed to her on the day she passed away, and somehow the ballot was returned. It remains true that the most secure and private way to cast a ballot is through in-person voting. In the state court system in Tennessee, advocates for by-mail voting persuaded the court that voting safeguards existed under current Tennessee law should help prevent voter fraud. Interestingly enough, in federal court, advocates for by-mail voting are asking the federal court to weaken the same safeguards that advocates in the state court cite as being effective safeguards. Also, the emphasis in the U.S. Senate and the current administration placed on security and preparedness has yielded dividends. As most of you are aware, the morning of our presidential preference primary in March, devastating tornadoes struck downtown Nashville and Davidson County, along with the neighboring counties of Wilson and Putnam. As part of our ongoing preparedness efforts, we have participated in tabletop exercises from the Harvard Belfer Center, as well as the United States Department of Homeland Security. Our state election officials have taken this practice and conducted similar exercises with our local election officials. The practice of a tornado striking a polling place came to real life for us in Tennessee. I'm happy to give more detail or answer any questions you may have regarding our response to these natural disasters. In closing, thank you for your support, and please continue to respect each state's authorities to administer elections in the manner and method that their states deem best to ensure the integrity, participation, and confidence in our elections. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Secretary Warner.
Chairman, members, and staff, thank you for inviting me to testify about West Virginia's very successful primary election. We were so successful because we learned from others, had constant communications, and we provided options. We learned from other states that poll worker recruitment was critical. Uniformity is helpful. Absentee ballots are necessary but challenging. We had constant communication nationally with the Department of Homeland Security, DOJ, Congress, and the National Association of Secretaries of State. At the state level, with our fellow secretaries, our governor, West Virginia Attorney General, the Fusion Center, and National Guard. At county level, with clerks who stressed flexibility, and with Harvard's Belfer Center that helped prepare officials for most any disruption. And West Virginia provided options. We offer more ways to vote than any other state. We offer the gold standard of in-person voting at a local precinct with trained poll workers. During early voting and on election day, we provide absentee voting using the mail, and we lead the nation with e-voting. In 2018, we enabled military and overseas voters to vote electronically. West Virginians in 30 countries used mobile devices to vote in the general election. One voter in West Africa cited a 3-day drive to the U.S. Embassy for mail. She noted that mail was neither practical nor guaranteed. She was the envy of her peers, and she loved her e-voting experience. This year, our legislature unanimously extended e-voting to people with certain disabilities. 175 voters from 19 countries and 20 voters with disabilities cast e-votes in our primary. In West Virginia, it is easier to vote and harder to cheat than ever before, but providing options does raise challenges. Let me address those challenges. COVID-19 is the elephant in the room for the upcoming election. Due to the virus, our governor issued a stay-at-home order that overlapped our primary. Accordingly, everyone had a medical reason to vote absentee. For uniformity, we sent applications to every registered voter, and half of the ballots cast were absentee. The stay-at-home order is now lifted, and county clerks have asked that we return to voters initiating requests to vote absentee, consistent with state law. We must now educate voters to election changes as they occur with this unpredictable virus. Another challenge is poll worker recruitment. At the state level, we recruited nearly 400 volunteers during the primary, and we have started a fresh campaign for the general. America needs to unite around the duty to work the polls in November. As to funding, we appreciate the federal HAVA and CARES support. West Virginia used all of its 2018 HAVA funds, and we will allocate 2.4 of our $4 million 2020 HAVA funds next week. We used 1.6 million of our CARES money in our primary, leaving 2.1 million for the general. The CARES allocation was about right for our state, and every dollar went directly to local election officials. While virus funding is not an immediate concern, a number of counties do face equipment upgrade issues. Now to lessons learned. People like having voting options as they do not know how the virus will play out. Even during the pandemic, half of the people voted in person. As to e-voting, nearly every overseas voter would have been disenfranchised due to postal disruptions. They loved being able to vote electronically. Today, I renew my call to congressional leadership, as well as the Department of Defense, to provide e-voting to all deployed military and overseas voters. Using the mail is one pandemic option, but mail is problematic. Issues include lack of postmarks, lost items, delayed delivery, and increased opportunities for fraud, such as forgeries, intimidation, and ballot harvesting. A significant absentee ballot issue is overvoting. One county had 1,017 overvotes, resulting in those votes not counting. That would not have been possible with electronic marking devices and in-person voting. Next, initiate anti-fraud task forces as soon as possible. When issues arose, our task force with the U.S. Attorney, FBI, state police, and West Virginia Attorney General was extremely effective. Finally, flexibility. County clerks recommended and our governor issued executive orders that provided much needed flexibility, such as giving clerks more than 24 hours to mail absentee ballots. I provided flexibility by allowing early poll worker training, COVID-19 as a reason to vote absentee, early processing of absentee ballots, clerks to change polling locations, and reduced number of poll workers. Flexibility enabled clerks to use common sense based on manpower, equipment, and timing restrictions. In conclusion, West Virginia showed that we as a nation can hold a safe and accessible election during the pandemic. Extensive voter education is necessary as people must be informed of deadlines, process, and to correctly mark ballots. They must also understand that absentee ballots delay results reporting. In West Virginia, we covered our bases. We had numerous voting options. Officials had flexibility to operate within the law, and polls were accessible. We got it right, and we did it safely. West Virginia did not have a single reported case of COVID-19 due to in-person voting. This concludes my briefings, and West Virginia stands ready to share our story and answer questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ms. Stream.
Good morning, Senators. It is an honor to be here this morning. Thank you, Senator Blunt, for inviting me to testify. I'm happy to be here because the St. Louis County Board of Elections is proud of the work we have accomplished, providing secure, accurate, and fair elections during this unprecedented time. The St. Louis County Board of Elections, as well as all 116 election authorities in the state of Missouri, is governed by state statute. St. Louis County staffing is bipartisan, with equal members of both major parties working side by side to ensure accurate, efficient, and fair elections. The board is governed by 4 commissioners, 2 of each party, nominated by the governor and confirmed by the state Senate. 2 bipartisan directors run the day-to-day operations. St. Louis County has 1 million residents and 750,000 registered voters. It is by far the largest election authority in the state of Missouri. The St. Louis County Board of Elections has taken the following measures during the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure the safety of voters and poll workers while providing an opportunity for all voters to cast their ballots. The Election Board has remained open to meet our statutory responsibilities to voters and candidates. Using St. Louis County Health Department guidelines, the office established protocols to continue working while keeping our employees safe and the election process moving forward. Employee temperatures are taken immediately in the morning. Employees socially distance with barriers in place where necessary. Employees wear masks continuously and gloves when handling paper. All office surfaces are wiped down twice a day, and employees have wipes for their work areas. These safety measures are also taken with any public interaction. In a normal countywide election, St. Louis County employs approximately 3,200 poll workers to fully staff the polls. These workers are trained so they are current on the latest procedures and laws. Because of the pandemic, the board established new procedures for in-person training and developed online training courses which allowed many of our workers to take the class without leaving their home. We have recently moved exclusively to online training. At the polling places, all poll workers wear masks and gloves and are instructed to wipe down surfaces with alcohol disinfectant. Hand sanitizer is placed at each polling place for the voters to use, and social distancing strips are placed on the floors. Because of the hesitancy of poll workers to work, 71% of our poll workers are over the age of 60, and numerous cancellations of private polling places, the board reduced the number of polling locations for the June election to 160 from the March 10th presidential preference primary level of 360. We were able to adequately staff at the reduced level and avoid long lines that plagued other election authorities around the country. Our plan is to increase the number of polling places to 200 for the August statewide primary, and then a larger number for the November presidential election. Nearly all polling places are in public buildings within a 7-minute drive from the nearest polling place or public transportation stop. Last year, after a rigorous request for proposal process managed by our staff, our Board of Commissioners purchased new voting equipment. We determined that the ballot on demand system is the most secure method available. That decision has had an immediate effect on our ability to protect voters during the pandemic. There are no pre-printed ballots. The paper ballot is generated at the polling place based on the voter's name and address. Except for a brief initialing by 2 gloved poll workers, the only person touching the ballot is the voter. The system was purchased for $3 million less than the touchscreen predecessor purchased 13 years earlier. This year, Governor Mike Parsons signed a new voting law into effect for the remainder of 2020. It provides a specific absentee voting option related to COVID-19 and adds a mail-in ballot option. Our commissioners have sent a letter to voters explaining their voting options. To date, our office has experienced a 5-fold increase in the number of absentee ballot requests. Because of the rapidly changing circumstances and our desire to communicate those changes to our voters, we are incurring unprecedented costs. We hope to be reimbursed from the CARES Act. The Missouri Secretary of State's office has provided resources for COVID-19 related expenses for personnel protective equipment and supplies. While our expenses are going up and are unpredictable for the remainder of the year based on the trajectory of the pandemic, income and sales tax resources coming into the state and county have plummeted. Additional federal help might be necessary to meet these demands. The St. Louis County Board of Elections continues to look for ways to be fiscally responsible and nimble while trying to improve our service to our voters and protect the election process during this unprecedented time.
Thank you, Ms. Stream. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark.
Chairman Blunt, Ranking Member Klobuchar, and members of the Senate Committee on Rules and Administration, my name is Kristen Clark, and I serve as the President and Executive Director of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the actions we can take to ensure that states hold safe and fair elections during the pandemic this season. The Lawyers Committee has been at the forefront of the battle for equal rights since it was created in 1963 at the request of President Kennedy to enlist the private bar's leadership and resources in combating racial discrimination. To accomplish our mission, the Lawyers Committee has been a leader in many of our nation's most seminal voting rights battles, and we also lead election protection, the nation's largest and longest-running nonpartisan voter protection program anchored by the 866 Our Vote hotline. Through our work, we've had a front-line view of the ways in which the pandemic has impacted our elections nationally. The evidence and problems experienced by voters during the primary season makes clear that many states simply are not ready. Long lines in Wisconsin and Georgia, poll site closures across Pennsylvania and Kentucky, confusion regarding the rules for accessing absentee ballots in Ohio, poll worker shortages in Florida, Texas, and Illinois. As we brace for historically high levels of participation this November, I urge this committee and Congress to provide the $3.6 billion in funding that the states and our local communities desperately need to be able to safely and effectively administer elections for the duration of the year. It's critical that Congress also set certain minimum baseline protections for voters across the country for November, including at least 2 weeks for early voting, no excuse absentee voting, and safe, secure, and accessible voting options on Election Day. Nothing less than the fate of our democracy and the lives of your constituents is at stake. We've been sounding the alarm about the dangers to voters, poll workers in our communities throughout the primary season, as many states either fail to adequately respond to the threat of COVID or lack the resources to appropriately respond. Months into the pandemic, many states and counties are still unprepared to safely handle the volume of people opting to vote in person, and several states fail to provide requested mail-in ballots in a timely manner, leading to mass rejection rates. Voters of color, our senior citizens, people with disabilities, Native Americans, and first-time voters are disproportionately disenfranchised by our nation's collective failure to fully confront the challenges posed by COVID. For people forced to vote under conditions that don't comply with public health guidelines, there are real risks to their health and the health of their families. No one should ever have to choose between their health and their ability to exercise their right to vote. The $400 million allocated in the CARES Act was an important first step. but it's a fraction of what's truly needed. As COVID rates continue to spike, the changes facing election officials continue to intensify. Even if those funds don't reach states and localities until August or September, states will be able to immediately put those funds to use to hire poll workers, purchase PPE and cleaning equipment, print mail-in ballots, procure postage, and conduct voter education and outreach. Ensuring access to the ballot during a pandemic is a common sense principle that enjoys bipartisan support. The Lawyers Committee and our partners have heard from officials on their efforts this season. Governors from both parties have expanded access to vote by mail to all people in states as diverse as New Hampshire, Maryland, Alabama, and Ohio. And during the past few months, governors, secretaries of state, and election officials have learned from states like Colorado, Washington, Utah, and Hawaii, where elections have largely been conducted by mail prior to the pandemic. Expanding voting by mail and in person is achievable and critical for our democracy. States simply need the support from Congress to do it. I want to close by remembering your colleague and our nation's hero, Congressman John Lewis. Congressman Lewis devoted his life to fighting for the right to vote. He continued that all the way through his final months of his life, presiding over the House vote to restore the Voting Rights Act in December. In his words, to make it hard, to make it difficult, almost impossible for people to cast a vote is not in keeping with the democratic process. It's my hope that Congress will restore the Voting Rights Act, our most important federal civil rights law, and carry forth the legacy of Congressman Lewis by taking action now to ensure access to the ballot for all Americans during the pandemic. During one of our nation's gravest crises, I urge you to provide the $3.6 billion in funding needed for states and localities to get it right and to ensure that every voter has access to vote by mail and at least 2 weeks of early voting this season. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Appreciate the members that have attended. We've had members here, a number of members here, others virtually attending. Let's try to limit our questions to 5-minute rounds, and we'll have as many rounds as we have time to before those votes start at right after noon, and maybe even into that space if needed. Mr. Stream, you said the governor had signed new legislation. I have really two questions there. What were some of the new things that legislation did in our state? And two, were those laws in effect for the spring elections that were held a little late in June, or are they going into effect for the first time in the August elections?
Yes, the governor did sign that law into a bill into a law. It did not take effect for the June election, which was actually the April general municipal elections, which were postponed until June. But it does take effect for the statewide primary, which occurs in less than 2 weeks now. And of course, for November, it will be in effect too. What the new law does is it expands the options for voting absentee. It adds a COVID-related option there. And what that does is it's for people who have contracted or are at risk of contracting COVID. It allows them to vote absentee. And there are categories within that. If you meet any one of these, you are considered to be at risk, so you can vote in this way, absentee in this way. You have to be at least 65, live in a long-term care facility, have a serious heart condition, have chronic lung disease or asthma, or immunocompromised, chronic kidney disease or on dialysis, have liver disease or diabetes. And for this particular way to vote, absentee, you do not need to have your ballot notarized. Most of the other reasons that we have in Missouri for voting absentee, you do have to have it notarized. There's one other option there that we have had for a long time. If you're incapacitated due to illness or disability, or you're caring for somebody who's incapacitated due to illness or disability, then you do not need to get your absentee ballot notarized. For all the other reasons, absence on election day, employment by election authority, you do have to get it notarized. The other part of that bill that became a law was the mail-in ballot option. And this is open to any voter, not just people who may feel threatened by COVID or anything like that. This is open to any voter. It's a mail-in ballot. It must be requested in person or in writing to the election board, and the ballot must be returned by mail, and that ballot must be notarized. So those are the main differences that were incorporated in this new.
When would you have to receive that ballot to count it?
You have to receive the ballot to count it by 7 p.m. on Election Day.
No postmark issue after the election,
No,
or
that's
has to be there by 7 p.m. on Election Day?
Again, the legislature decided to do it that way. That's the way all of our absentee balloting has been in the past. It has to be received into our office by 7 p.m. on election night.
And did you see any postal concerns in the June election? Are you having any concerns about how the post office will participate and function in this new demand for ballots in August and November?
Well, to be honest with you, Senator, we have had problems with the post office since I've been in this office for 3.5 years. The delivery times are less than optimal for sure. We have even proposed having one of our employees work in the post office in our local community of St. Anne to try to speed up the process, but to no avail. So we are concerned about that. We have a tremendous number of absentee ballots that were processed for the June election. About 45% of our total vote was absentee for the June election. Normally it's 10%. And for August, it's going to be even higher than that. We have in office right now over 86,000 absentee applications. The ballots are being mailed out to the voters, and it's going to be a monumental effort to get those processed. We'll get it done, but the post office is a very difficult situation for us right now.
How are you going to count those ballots that come in those big numbers Election Day? I know in New York, I think the primary was the 23rd of June, and we still don't have all the results. Are you doing anything to prepare for the volume that you wouldn't have dealt with before, and what are you doing?
Well, we've had to hire a lot of bipartisan temporary teams to help us process the applications. We'll have the same type of bipartisan teams to process the ballots when they come back in. What we do is we have a state law allows us to prepare the ballots 5 days in advance. So any ballots that we have in that have been checked to make sure that the signatures match, those ballots are then prepared starting 5 days in advance. What that means is they're open, the ballots are laid out, and then we're able to count them quickly on Election Day, and results are usually for absentee ballot like we did in June. We had the absentee ballot returns out by 7:30 p.m.
Thank you, Ms. Dream. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony, and thank you very much, Ms. Clark, for you mentioning Congressman Lewis and his work that we must respect, not just in words, but in action. Ms. Clark, I thought just to get down to the nitty-gritty of what we're facing right now in the HEROES Act as we consider some version of it in the Senate, you talked about how there's still time to purchase equipment in terms of personal protective equipment for people who are working at the polls. Postage, that's not something you have to necessarily get a year ahead of time. We all know that. Envelopes, some very practical things that we can do in two ways. One is I have a letter here from the Secretaries of States, the national group, asking for some changes to that original $400 million, and I appreciated Senator Blunt's openness to looking at that in this package, as well as other Republicans. And the second is additional funding. As you said, this is just a fraction of what we need when we look at the enormous needs of changing the voting patterns, which even if you wanted to not change them, I think Americans are very well versed in the dangers of this disease. That's why we're seeing them voting by mail in record numbers. So could you talk about how actually, even at this date, we can help local officials by getting additional funding?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. We've been engaging with election officials across the country, and many of them are expressing grave concern about their dire budget situations. We know that the country's experiencing an economic downturn, that states are wrestling with high unemployment rates and more. And so adequate funding to meet the needs that states did not anticipate here has been critical and a concern that we're hearing broadly from the officials that we've engaged with.
And again, thank you, Mr. Stream. This notion that there is still time to buy protective equipment and help with tabulators, scanners, all these things we're going to need as we see this shift because of the work that you've done in your jurisdiction. Could you talk about how that would be helpful?
Thank you, Senator. Due to the actions of our Board of Commissioners, they directed our directors to go out and purchase PPE very early in the game, not only to protect the employees in the office, but the poll workers. So we on our own, we went out and purchased a lot of that equipment before CARES was passed. We hope to be reimbursed for that, but we know that we needed to make sure that our polling places were safe for the voters to come into and for the poll workers to work in. So that's why we purchased all of that equipment ahead of time.
I appreciate that, but it appears that the position of the National Secretary of State's Association is they do want to get some additional money because of the problems with state budgets across the country for voting. Would that be fair?
Oh, I can only speak for St. Louis County. All
Okay.
right? I don't want to speak for anybody else, but as the chairman knows, that in Missouri, counties are responsible for paying for the election operations in their county. So St. Louis County government is responsible for paying for our election costs. And we all know that the counties and the states are suffering badly. So I think that it would be a correct statement to say that they need additional financial help.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Clark, do you want to add to your statement just how this has affected communities of color across the country? The pandemic, of course, we know in general, but also in particular the voting and the need to keep polling places open earlier and the like so that everyone has the right to vote.
Yep. Thank you, Senator. Georgia provided a powerful example of the way that the pandemic has upended our elections and had a particularly stark impact on African Americans and people of color in particular. Georgia is a state that has been hard hit by the pandemic. However, African Americans are dying and getting infected at disproportionately higher rates. This primary in Georgia, during the primary election, we saw long lines in several counties that were the result of malfunctioning poll equipment, insufficient numbers of poll workers, and many voters who did not receive their absentee ballots in time, in part because the state secured an out-of-state vendor that produced a number of errors. We had to go to court to get poll hours extended, but no doubt this is a season where we should be mindful of the pandemic's disproportionate impact on people of color, which makes it all the more critical that we work to get it right and ensure access for all Americans this season.
Thank you very much. And then just in closing on my questions, Mr. Chairman, I mentioned ahead of the hearing we have had thousands of Americans write to us asking Congress to provide resources to states to make it safe to vote. One letter is signed by more than 1,000 public health officials and medical professionals and doctors. Others are from bipartisan groups of election officials, as I mentioned, who are asking for more funding and to remove the 20% match from the original money in the CARES Act funding. Disability groups and groups devoted to protecting voting rights for minority populations have also written. I ask unanimous consent that we enter these letters on the record.
Without objection. Senator Alexander.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Klobuchar. Secretary Hargett, welcome. Let me talk to you about Tennessee and how easy it is for voters or not to cast ballots. You've, in your time, made it easier to register to vote online. But Tennessee has 3 weeks of early voting, and now we've gotten into a pattern, as you mentioned in your statement, about A lot of us do vote early. And I found this year the absentee voting opportunity pretty simple to follow, and it was pretty, the ballots were available early, and I mailed mine in early. So how, since the election, our August primary voting started last Friday in person, what are you seeing in terms of lines, safety, ease of voting? Are both Democrats and Republicans, so far as you can tell, having an opportunity to vote? Are they waiting in long lines? Is the turnout higher than usual? What are you seeing in terms of absentee ballots and early voting so far this election?
Well, thank you, Senator Alexander. And I'd be remiss if I didn't begin by thanking you for your fantastic service to the state of Tennessee and our great nation through your exemplary career.
Thank you.
So we have done a lot. When we look at online voter registration, we now have crossed about 850,000 transactions of people who either registered to vote online, updated their voter registration online. Also, a voter app that allows people to know where the nearest early voting site is, what their election day voting site is, to be able to see a sample ballot. So when they walk into the polls, it's not the first time they've seen their unique ballot. But I did mention earlier that I went to 10 counties during Friday and Saturday, scheduled to hit several more Thursday, Friday, and Saturday this week to see a couple of things. Number one, what the response was of voters. And number two, and I should say 1A probably, is what is the response for our poll workers themselves? Are we adhering to the protocols? Are we taking the necessary safeguards? And I am so impressed with our coordinator of elections, Mark Goins, and our 95 county election commissioners around the state who have taken this opportunity to show that they can stand and deliver in this difficult environment and utilizing the necessary PPE and think about all the touch points of an elective when you go to vote, even down to making sure the same person doesn't utilize the same pin twice, that you're regularly sanitizing all the possible touch areas. And so I think about that from a poll worker and a voter standpoint. And I specifically made a great effort in all 10 counties I went to ask voters, what was your experience? Were you concerned? Do you feel like that this was a safe place to be? Is there anything you would do different? And without fail, every person said, I felt very safe coming to vote. I wanted to make sure I came and voted early. I wanted to vote in person. This way, when I touch that button or I fill out that bubble on the sheet, I know that my vote is going to be counted. And so you ask about lines. You know, we saw, as you will, any election, regardless of what part of town you go to or what part of the state you go to, on the first day of early voting, when those polls first open, you're going to see a little line there. But we also encourage people to try and spread that out, number one, through social distancing, but also recognizing that not everybody has to show up at the very same time. If you can pick a slower time of day at 2 or 3 in the afternoon, you know, feel free to do that. We encourage that. We think
Okay,
early
now
voting
I've
is
got about 1 minute left in my time. Let me ask you,
Senator.
what about turnout? Is it higher this year? And what's your estimate of the number of the percentage of Tennesseans who will vote in the August primary either early or by absentee ballot?
We anticipate you're going to see about 60% of the people who will vote absentee or early. At this time, it appears that turnout is up, but what we don't know is that a substitution effect of maybe some people who are going ahead and voting early because we've advertised it more heavily this time around, or taking advantage of absentee voting.
Can you tell whether the early voters are Democrats or Republican voters?
It appears to be pretty balanced out. There's that, you know, honestly, Senator, I look to see how Tennesseans are doing. I really don't look at the numbers and try and figure out whether Republicans or Democrats are voting. I just want to do right by all Tennesseans.
Well, I have 9 seconds. Do you see any real obstacles to someone having an opportunity to vote?
No, sir, I don't. I think we've got ample early voting. We're doing everything we can to make sure that we have a safe and secure way for them to cast their vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Udall.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Clark and Secretaries Warner and Hargett and Mr. Stream for joining us today. and really appreciate Chairman Blunt and Senator Klobuchar for holding this hearing. And I cannot stress how much is at stake in the fast approaching general election this November and the urgent need for an additional $3.6 billion for emergency election funding. To prepare for today's hearing, I reached out to the New Mexico Secretary of State, Maggie Toulouse Oliver, who is the current president-elect of the National Association of Secretaries of State. During New Mexico's recent June primary election, there was a record turnout, and over 65% of votes cast in that election were absentee, substantially more than the usual 10 to 20%. This turnout from my home state demonstrates that we can protect the right to vote and public health at the same time. While this is good news, I was troubled to find out that the full amount that New Mexico received from the CARES Act for this year's primary and general elections, $4 million, had to be spent solely on the primary. And New Mexico is currently anticipating a $6 million shortfall for necessary expenditures for the upcoming general election. Voters should not be forced to choose between their constitutional right to vote and their health and safety. As a senator from a state with a Native population of 10% and as lead Democrat on the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, I am particularly concerned with Native Americans' safe access to the ballot box. Due to the pandemic, states are instituting new measures that purportedly ensure that voters may exercise the franchise safely. But if you're a Native American voter in Indian country, odds are the barriers to casting your vote in 2020 are not much better than they were generations ago, enhanced voting procedures notwithstanding. Prior to COVID-19, tribal communities faced unique obstacles to exercising their right to vote, including polling site closures, stricter voter ID laws, and increased use of absentee ballots, leaving Native American voters systemically disenfranchised. While I strongly support making voting by mail easier to keep communities safe from COVID-19, Indian country faces unique barriers to vote by mail that must be addressed. Native voters in Indian country often don't have the physical mailing addresses and instead use post office boxes to receive their mail. This can require driving long distances to U.S. post offices with limited operating hours. On top of that, this last primary election season, we saw some states drastically reducing the number of polling sites in Indian country without consulting with tribes, making it all the harder to vote. Basic voting infrastructure is critical to ensuring that Native American voters can exercise their constitutional right to vote within their own communities. So it is disturbing, yet hardly surprising, that vote by mail and other election decisions are being made that undermine Native communities' access to the ballot. My bill, the Native American Voting Rights Act, provides significant solutions to ensure that the Native vote is not lost. Now, Ms. Clark, your organization has conducted calls that highlight the national and tribal voting issues. What specific action should Congress take to make sure that tribal communities have equal and ready access to the polls?
Thank you, Senator. What we have found in our experience is that Native American voters have unique issues when it comes to voting by absentee ballot. For example, when Utah went 100% vote by mail, they neglected to think about the unique needs faced by Navajo-speaking voters in that state. We filed a lawsuit against the state. Navajo-speaking voters need in-person language assistance in order to cast a meaningful and effective ballot. So today, Utah accounts for that. There are unique supports in place for Navajo-speaking voters in San Juan County, Utah. So I do think it's important to be mindful of the unique language needs that certain voters of color face as we think about how to ensure full access for all communities this season.
Ms. Clark, there is no one-size-fits-all solution to address the many challenges states are facing as we near Election Day. So why is it important to ensure that states have the resources to develop both robust in-person voting protocols and the infrastructure needed to vote by mail?
This is a unique season where everyone faces unprecedented obstacles. We think that there are 3 avenues that we need to provide. We need to provide effective open access to absentee ballots. We need to provide early voting opportunities to ease the strain that officials would otherwise face on Election Day. And we need to provide meaningful, accessible, safe, and secure in-person voting opportunities on Election Day itself. That, I think, is the formula to success for November.
Thank you,
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Chairman Blunt.
thank you, Senator. If you have other questions, we'll have another opportunity in a little bit. Senator Capito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank all of you for being here. Secretary Warner from West Virginia, I want to thank you for being here today. I'm going to go straight to the funding question because you brought this up in your opening statement, that West Virginia had received HAVA money and then CARES money for the primary, and you said you had money left for the general. Can you, we've heard a lot about lack of resources, lack of dollars. It seems like West Virginia has had enough to meet the challenge to make sure that we get the 3 parameters that Ms. Clark's laid out: early voting, access to remote voting or absentee, and also a safe voting place. Can you speak to the funding aspects, Secretary Warner?
I sure can. Again, I think that Congress has gotten it about right for the state of West Virginia. With the CARES Act, we used less than half of that for the primary. We still have over $2 million to use for the general. It's going to do us just about right. We've polled the clerks, talked to the clerks in person, and with a survey, we're in good shape for the CARES component. This is the virus component of the upcoming election. We do still have some counties that could use funding in the HAVA arena. We're in the process of going through that right now. This next week, we end our 30-day period for the counties to submit applications. We expect at the end of that, just over half of that HAVA 2020 funding will be used, and then we will reopen that after the November election. Just understand how much work these clerks have to do, and we didn't want to overload them and try to push for people to spend that HAVA 2020 money just to be spending it. We want to do it appropriately, and we're using this election period to determine what is the proper use for that fund.
Do you think, yeah, let me ask a question Senator Alexander asked of his Secretary of State. Do you see any obstacles in our state of West Virginia that somebody couldn't have fair access to the ballot, to voting in this general election upcoming?
None whatsoever. We have all the options, and they all are important. It's important for the voter to determine what's the best way for them to cast their ballot. And there have been there's no disenfranchisement. Everybody has access, whether it's absentee voting by mail, in person early on election day, or in those slate cases with the electronic voting. Those people are very excited about that opportunity as well.
Okay, let me ask you about the HAVA money, because when I'm on appropriations, that was my subcommittee several years ago. I think we put, I might have the number, national number, kind of in the general facility of over 300 million. I think maybe the next year, 400, 500. Do you hold the HAVA money at the state, or do you have to keep applying at the federal level to the Federal Election Commission to get that money? Is that an ongoing process? And to your understanding, is there still money at the federal level that has yet to be dispersed?
Each state was given an allocation. There was a minimum allocation, $3 to $4 million range. That's where West Virginia hit. All that money does go directly to the counties. We administer that through a HAVA board that reviews the applications to make sure appropriateness and to spread it across the state. Just it isn't a first come, first serve, although we take those applications on a first come, first serve, but we want to make sure that all the counties do have an opportunity.
So the counties apply to you for the HAVA money from your allocation?
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Let me ask the Secretary of State of Tennessee on your funding issues. Are you finding yourself way underfunded to be able to have a safe and fair election in 2020, or how do you anticipate your financial situation in terms of meeting this challenge?
Well, Senator, without additional mandates from the federal government or through the courts, we feel good about where we are financially. However, if if a court decision were to require us to do absentee no excuse or universal vote by mail, that would be a game changer for us. So those are things that we're having to think about. But we feel like, frankly, the United States government, the U.S. Senate, U.S. House of Representatives, the money you've given us in the past for Help America Vote Act, the security funds you've given us, and now through this CARES Act, we feel pretty well situated in Tennessee.
Thank you. Secretary Warner, you mentioned that we had quite a turnout, I think, in our primary in June that was pushed for a month. A lot of that, half of that, I believe, was by absentee voter. I mean, do you anticipate that in the general, again, for the convenience factor?
I think we're going to have this pretty much the same turnout as we've had in previous elections, in the 55–60% turnout range for the general election. Primary, we were in the 35 to 40% range, which is what we had typically. And what you find is it's like a balloon. When you squeeze in one area, it expands in another. So we allowed absentee voting and expansive use of that. So we had lower turnout on the early voting and on election day. But all in all, the voters determine what they are most comfortable with depending on the virus and find the best option for them. But everybody has that chance to vote.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Capito. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the red light went on, I remember a story from my days in law school. Someone asked Chief Justice Warren when you should stop when the red light came on, and his answer was in the middle of the word if. So I'm cognizant of the lights here. I've spent the last 8 years, almost 8 years, on the Intelligence Committee, and the last 4 years intensively studying the Russian interference in the election of 2016. I can assure you that the Russians are going to try and are trying to interfere in the election of 2020. It's probable that the Chinese will. It's likely that the Iranians will, and possible that the North Koreans will. And the problem with this challenge that we face is, and it goes to all of you who are working in the administration of our elections, they don't have to change votes. All they have to do is sow doubt. Doubt is the dagger in the heart of democracy. If people doubt the election results, if people doubt the fairness of elections, and that's a very high standard to meet. And I think we just have to be thinking about that as we approach all of these issues. And for example, online voting. I'm sympathetic to the needs of those who are overseas and to the disabled, but I think we need to be exceedingly careful about online voting. I just spent a year with the National Cyber Commission on cyber threats to the elections and other parts of our society. And there is no safe online voting system. There is none. I have not seen any evidence of a safe online voting system. I've seen lots of evidence to the contrary. So to the extent that those are used to enable people who otherwise couldn't vote to do so, we need to be exceedingly careful about how they relate to the rest of the voting system, whether somebody can use an online voting system for the disabled, for example, to get into the rest of the voting system, get into the voter database. So I think those are matters of exceedingly important concern. Risk of registration online. It seems to me, Mr. Chair, and as you always remind us, you were, in fact, a Secretary of State. We need to think about what's our responsibility, what are our powers. And ultimately, these elections are going to be up to the states and the mechanics. So what do we have to do? We need to provide some insight and advice, which I have just volunteered about online voting and the risk of malicious activity in connection with our elections. Secondly, though, we do have to supply the resources, or we don't have to, but we should. And if we don't, particularly in the light of the COVID emergency, we're failing our responsibility and failing our voters. Ms. Clark, you talked about long lines. Often those long lines are in neighborhoods of color. And where you place your voting places are important. These kinds of decisions are absolutely critical. But it's my belief, and I don't know what the right number is, but it's my belief that there is a need for additional support for simply PPE for election personnel, for other techniques for keeping the clerk's office open for more early voting. All of those things are really critical. A third place where it seems to me, Mr. Chairman, we really have a responsibility, based upon all the testimony that we've had today, is the post office. There was $10 billion in the CARES Act as a loan to the post office. To my knowledge, it has not happened. And yet the post office is facing imminent insolvency. September is a date that I've seen. Given that there are now 9 states that predominantly vote by mail, and many others who will see a great deal of additional voting by mail, we have to provide them with the infrastructure that votes by mail can be counted. And if the post office can't process those, and Secretary of State, one of our secretaries of state said, you know, it's got to be in by the election day. Well, what if they physically can't meet that? Those people are disenfranchised. So, Mr. Chairman, I feel that that's something that we really have to attend to, and we can't just skirt around the issue of the support for the post office because the president doesn't like their package rates. This is a matter of fundamental access to the ballot box for the people of America, and if the post office can't get the ballots to the clerks, then they're being disenfranchised. So, I've gone over my time. I didn't manage to get in a question, but I think these are some points that we really have to consider. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate your doing this hearing.
Thank you, Senator King, and there'll be another chance to ask questions if you've got more of your time. I would say that the post office, with all of this significant increase in ballots coming in, there are all kinds of problems that are arising. I think I read an article yesterday where one state had put postage on the return envelope, and apparently the post office often doesn't cancel prepaid postage. So those envelopes had no postmark, but the law required a postmark before a ballot could be counted. I think I suspect there'll be a lot of litigation in any election that's close this year on many of these issues. When a ballot came in, should have been counted if it was postmarked, but it wasn't there by election day. Rick Stream is going to have a lot of those things to try to deal with.
But remember, Mr. Chairman, doubt is our enemy.
Well, I like, doubt in the election. You're exactly right. People having confidence that what the results on election day that were arrived at was what voters actually tried to do on election day, critically important. It's the fabric of the democracy, and we have to be thinking about that all the time. Senator Cortez Masto. Still on, yeah, there you go.
I am here. Yes, thank you. Let me just say also, I'd like to emphasize how important it will be for my home state of Nevada, for us here in Congress to include the $3.6 billion for emergency election funding in the upcoming coronavirus package that we are negotiating now. Nevada has been so hard hit by this pandemic and is facing a terrible budget shortfall. So are many states across the country. That's why I also believe we need to waive the 20% funding match requirement that was included in the CARES Act election funds and provide that additional funding to our state and local governments so they can ensure that the upcoming election is as safe and accessible. I will say this is not a partisan issue. I know this is what secretaries of state on both sides of the aisle are asking for, including Nevada's Secretary of State, Barbara Sagaski. So I hope we can all work together to get this done. I do want to jump back to a conversation, Ms. Clark, regarding the concern about access to the polls. There are many people that you talked about earlier, and I think it was with Senator Udall, that sometimes there's a language barrier, sometimes individuals need help. So can you talk a little bit about why, yes, I believe mail-in ballots are going to be key this election cycle. We want to keep people safe, but give them the opportunity to also cast their votes and make them count. But we also know there are people that sometimes need to show up in person. So can you talk a little bit about why we should still also have some form of in-person voting and for individuals that might need to show up in person?
Yep, thank you, Senator, for that question. What we have found this season is that for some people, the experience, the opportunity of voting in person is incredibly important. There are people who are willing to sadly endure those long lines on Election Day, even though they shouldn't have to, and many of them really can't afford to because they have jobs to return to or childcare needs that they are juggling. But there are many people who don't want to vote by mail and who want to get out and vote in person during early voting or on Election Day. So again, it's very critical that we provide those 3 avenues for voters to have a full range of options to exercise their voice this season.
Thank you. And I know at least, and I've seen in my state as well for many reasons that we've talked about, but there are also people with disabilities that also it is helpful to be able to show up in person as well. Let me ask the secretaries and Mr. Stream, I am curious, do any of your states require notarizations of the signatures for mail-in ballots?
Our state does not, Senator.
West Virginia does not either.
Okay. And
Senator, in Missouri, as I mentioned in my earlier answers, for 5 of the 7 categories of absentee voting, notarization is required. And
okay, so thank you for that. So my question is, how do you ensure that individuals that may not have access or ability to get to a notary or even the photo ID that may be necessary, how do you still ensure that they have the ability to vote? Let me first ask you that question, and then I'll give you a real life example in my own family. That's why I bring this up.
Okay, so in St. Louis County, again, the Missouri legislature has passed these laws, and our job is to implement them. We're governed by the state laws. So we have attempted to enlist the support of private citizens, organizations in St. Louis County to provide notarization services readily available to people where they can drive up in their cars and present their identification and have their ballot notarized. Mr. Chairman mentioned curbside voting. We kind of call it curbside notarization, but it's basically the private sector and, again, a lot of citizen interest groups that are banding together to provide notarization for the documents for the categories in the absentee ballot process in Missouri that need a notarization.
Well, and I think that's important if that type of law is going to be passed, that we still give people the access to vote. Let me just, my grandmother, Mexican-American, felt so strongly about going to church every Sunday and voting. And when she was no longer able to drive, which meant she didn't have a driver's license and it had expired, she walked to church and she walked to the local school to vote. And so unless there is the ability for individuals to still have access to a notary or somebody, I don't even know how, if you don't have ID, a notary is going to help. But if we don't make it available for individuals to be able to exercise their vote, she would be somebody that would not be able to vote. And that is a concern that I have, and I know that's something that you are trying to address as well. Let me just say thank you all for this conversation. I cannot stress enough how important it is for us to support you with the funding that's necessary into our states now, and to really, I strongly believe we have to waive the match for the secretaries of state so that we can get the money into the communities now more than ever to address and give everybody the ability to vote this election cycle. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Secretary Hargett, I think it was established, Senator Capito established the fact that in West Virginia, the Secretary of State becomes the place to go to have ask for HAVA assistance. Is it the same in Tennessee?
It is. All those HAVA funds flow through the state office down to the counties.
And in HAVA, going back, I think, to 2000, we had a series of different kinds of requirements. I think the first HAVA money after 2000 had no match. Then there was a 5% match on some money that came later, and then a 20% match, and then a 5% match again. Senator Klobuchar and I have talked about this a lot. I actually think there's some merit in the decision-making process to having some match, but I don't think it has to be a very big match to meet my sense that you've had to think about some money that you had to explain to the state legislature and others that you thought was worth putting on the table to get that 95% of the money that came from the federal government. We're going to talk through that, but consistent match, I'm sure, I think we ought to go back and look at the money that you currently have available to you and maybe make that money more consistent in terms and time it has to be spent, and give you more access to the money you've already got, in addition to trying to determine the right amount of new money. You said, you mentioned, Secretary Hargett, the match is a challenge. Is any kind of match a challenge, or is it the 20% match that was the challenge?
Well, Senator, so for us, we had money in reserves that we used that as our 20% match. So I did not have to go to the legislature. But I do speak on behalf of a lot of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle where their states were hardest hit and they didn't have reserve funds to go to and draw down the match to be able to draw the 80% through the CARES Act. So I'm really speaking on behalf of them. I do believe there's something to be said for having some skin in the game, but also recognize we are in a very challenging time and different states have been hit differently. And I know y'all got difficult decisions to make. I want to make sure that whatever we do, we don't place strings associated with any funds that come from you going forward.
Thank you, Secretary. Secretary Warner, do you have a view on the match or how your colleagues deal with that issue?
I've heard the same concerns that Secretary Hargett has heard from colleagues. Again, here in West Virginia, we've been able to meet the matches just fine. However, I do agree that without the matches, it'd be easier to get this money down to where it's needed and let them make those allocations. Actually, West Virginia has actually increased the match requirement on the counties for that skin in the game, simply to make the funds go further. But I don't want to leave the impression that that should be imposed by Congress or on all the states. Each of us is able to speak for our own state, and we're doing just fine in West.
So, Secretary Warner, you're telling me in your application process, the match you require of local government, you require local governments to have a match to qualify for the funds that's even higher than the federal match?
That's correct. And again, that was simply to make those funds go further. We didn't know if back in 2018, we were all looking at this Russian meddling and so forth. And we wanted to make these funds go as far as possible with cybersecurity, equipment upgrades, and so forth. So that's why we increased the match requirement on the counties. But I don't want to, again, leave you with the impression that that should be done by Congress. I like the idea of not having a match requirement by Congress. We can handle that at the state level. Thank you.
Ms. Clark, where was the $3.6 billion? How was that number arrived at?
So thank you, Senator. The Brennan Center has helped to break down how that money would support states. $1.4 billion would be needed to enhance vote by mail in the way that it's implemented by supporting ballot printing, postage costs, drop boxes, electronic absentee ballot request processing systems, ballot tracking, staffing to handle the volume of ballots being requested, enhanced technology, processing, and scanners. $271 million would be used to support in-person voting measures. So that's staffing polling sites and measures to ensure social distancing, compliance, et cetera. $252 million would go towards supporting voter education in states. There are many people who are navigating absentee voting for the very first time and need help and instruction to get it right. $85.9 million would be used to bolster online voter registration. There are about 10 states in the country that currently offer no online voter registration opportunities. And additional money would be used to support states that are still holding primary elections, runoff elections, et cetera, and help them to prepare and gear up for the November general election. And then just to note, the U.S. Postal Service, I do believe, is an important part of this. There's a request for $89 billion to fully support the U.S. Postal Service, which plays a really central role in our elections in 2020.
You said 89, how much?
Billion.
89 billion? So if we did that, and the 3.6 billion would be in addition to that. I've got it. Senator
Blunt, yeah, just before we move on, I see Senator Leahy has arrived. Senator Durbin had to leave, and I know he'll put his statement on the record, but he asked me to enter 2 letters onto the record. One is from Senator Harris, and one is from the organization Public Wise, and I asked these letters be included in the record. And I just also wanted to point out, to reiterate Ms. Clark's statement. I've heard some statements about the Postal Service, but in fact, not just for voting, but for other reasons during this pandemic, the Postal Service is more important than ever. And I believe in the HEROES Act, separate and apart from the money for the voting, it included the House passed bill $25 billion for the Postal Service. And the money that Ms. Clark was talking about was included in the $3.6 billion assessment from the Brennan Center, I believe.
Well,
Thank
we've
you.
been joined by the President Pro Tem Emeritus of the Senate, and Senator Leahy, glad to have you here, and you have some time, 5 minutes for comments or questions, however you want to use it.
No, now it is. I do have some questions for some of the other witnesses I want to submit for the record and a statement, other things for the record. But I am glad to be here. I just came from the floor. John Lewis, whom I consider a dear friend and true hero, was instrumental in securing the passage of the Voting Rights Act, and I reintroduced it to have it named after him. The Supreme Court undid much of that work with its still inexplicable 2013 Shelby County decision. That decision, almost the day after it came down, voter suppression started across the country. Been going on even as recently as last month. I think it's exactly why we have to move swiftly to enact the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which I reintroduced. Ms. Clark, can I ask you a question? This may seem like a leading one, but can you explain why enacting the Voting Rights Advancement Act, which the House already passed, and which we have not yet even brought up for a vote, is essential to restoring the Voting Rights Act and preserving John Lewis's legacy?
Thank you so much, Senator. One of the proudest moments of my career was being above the Senate floor in 2006 when 98 senators came forward and voted to reauthorize Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, with Congressman John Lewis and the late Senator Kennedy standing in the center of the Senate floor. Unanimous bipartisan support for our nation's most important federal civil rights law. And since the 2013 Shelby County decision, we've literally seen the floodgates of voter suppression open up across our country. From places like Georgia, Texas, North Carolina, and Florida, we have seen officials racing forward with efforts that make it harder for communities of color to vote. And all of this is compounded by the current pandemic. We've seen officials in some states exploit the pandemic to make it harder for people to vote and are not going as far as West Virginia and other states to really open up access for voters. My hope is that our Senate will use this moment on the tragic passing of Congressman John Lewis to honor his legacy and move forward with all deliberate speed to restore Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. It is a critical, central, and powerful tool in our democracy that is needed to block ongoing voting discrimination.
You know, he spoke so eloquently about it in Vermont last year, to an overflowing crowd, and in a state which prides itself on everybody being able to vote. But it was the most rapt attention I've heard of anybody speaking in our state. And as vice chairman of the Appropriations Committee, with the help of other appropriations members, I worked to secure $400 million in the CARES Act to help states administer elections during the pandemic. But that doesn't address all the needs states have for what is an unprecedented election, one where there's going to be a lot more mail-in votes and so on. What are the potential consequences if Congress doesn't appropriate additional funds to help states and localities administer elections during this pandemic?
Senator, this primary season, we've seen
And also, what are going to be the consequences if we don't waive the 20% match requirement for states?
Yeah. Senator, we've seen long lines, we've seen malfunctioning polling equipment, we've seen scenes that we should not tolerate in a 21st century democracy from places from Milwaukee, Chicago, Atlanta. The primary election season is really a test run. It's a dry run for the November general election. This November, we're likely to see historic levels of turnout and participation. And so if we don't provide the support, if we don't provide the $3.6 billion that states need to institute proper reforms, I fear that we're bracing for a disaster. States need to use the 100-plus days in front of them to start putting in place reforms to ensure access to absentee balloting, expanded access to early voting, and meaningful access on Election Day itself. That support is critical and needed now.
I have other questions that I want, including what about the claims that mail-in voting is going to result in mass voter fraud, even though we've never seen that. Mr. Chairman, do I have time to ask one more question, Mr. Hargett? Thank you. A Tennessee court recently ordered the state to provide mail-in ballots for any Tennessean who requests one. You've appealed the order. If you win in court, your state may be just one of the very few to require in-person voting in November. Issue still unresolved. Your primary is, I think, first full week in August. What steps are you taking to ensure that confusion over the court decision doesn't deter eligible voters from requesting mail-in ballots, as the law is today? Have you used any available federal funding to inform Tennessee voters about the availability of absentee ballots? Yes. No, I know he's going to be coming on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So you're right. That decision is currently under appeal, and our election, our primary early voting is going on right now. So something that's important to notice, even prior to that decision, we were advertising absentee balloting for the approximately 1.4 million Tennesseans who were already eligible to cast an absentee ballot. So we were doing that. This has been one of the most widely covered stories in the state. We continue to have speaking engagements virtually as well as in person to try and make people aware of what they have the opportunity to do and not to do. If I can go back, and I don't want to take any more of your time than necessary, Senator, the real struggle is when people give half information, and we see that a lot on people, even well-meaning people on social media, and don't give the full story. And we love to give the opportunity and give the full information to people, and we will be using those dollars to make sure that Tennesseans understand the opportunity to vote what absentee ballot deadlines are, what those requirements are to be able to cast an absentee ballot in Tennessee. We think outreach is going to be critical every election, even more so this time around. Senator, I hope that answers your question. It's good to see you again.
I will submit another question on the record, but doing everything you can to make people who may be vulnerable to COVID appear in person.
Thank you, Senator.
Doesn't make it sound like you want people to show up and vote. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Klobuchar and then Senator King.
Okay, yes. I want to just follow up what Senator Leahy was asking about, and that is about the situation in Tennessee, Secretary Hargett. And
I will point out that both of the secretaries have a 12:30 commitment with the National Association of Secretaries of State, so we got about 10 more minutes with them.
Okay, well, I will keep this down to a few minutes. It shouldn't take that long, but it's pretty important. And that is that Senator Leahy raised the Tennessee Supreme Court ruling to keep the expansion of mail voting in your state, allowing voters under 60 to request a mail ballot due to COVID. And I think that was the position. Your position was not to allow them to request them. And the primary argument, and this is what I thought was interesting of the state, was that doing that would be a problem because of a lack of funds required to carry out the necessary shifts in election infrastructure. As we know, and as Ms. Clark was just pointing out and going through with Senator Blunt the details of the funding of the $3.6 billion, that would be of great help and would have solved the problem that was the primary argument for the state of Tennessee for not moving to allowing requesting a mail ballot due to COVID-19 for voters under 60. So would the funds, additional funds, we'll leave the amount blank right now, but would additional funds help the state of Tennessee send mail ballots to the voters that were at issue in the court case?
So, Senator, first, I need to make clear, that's not a Supreme Court decision. That is a Chancery Court decision in Davidson County, which the Supreme Court has agreed to take up that case. And what's important to know that this doesn't get reported very much, and is that the legislature on multiple occasions in March and again in June considered expanding absentee voting in Tennessee. And in both chambers, that was rejected. And as Tennessee's chief election official, I am enforcing the laws and executing the laws in Tennessee. I don't get to, the green books of how's the Tennessee Code annotated in Tennessee, they are printed in black ink. And I don't get to take a piece of chalk and do that.
Thank you for pointing that out, and the court as well. So, but voters are still required to have an excuse to vote absentee. We're one of the few states on that front. In the state court, not the Supreme Court, but the state court has ruled that fear of contracting COVID-19 is a valid excuse during this pandemic. Is the state still arguing that it isn't in court?
We're not arguing that it's not in court. We know it's in court.
No. Are you still arguing that it's not a valid excuse in court? Is the state still making that argument?
Yes, we're appealing that to the state Supreme Court. And it's important to note that Tennessee, you mentioned excuses. We have 14 excuses. And the most common are that you're going to be out of town during early voting or election day, that you are over 60 years of age, or that you are sick, ill, or hospitalized. And so sick, ill, or hospitalized is an excuse or a caretaker for
yeah, but
someone
why
who is
wouldn't the
sick,
state just
ill,
say that
hospitalized.
COVID, as many jurisdictions have done that still have these requirements on, why can't the state just say COVID is there so you don't have to make this argument? You just get the mail-in absentee ballot.
Well, ma'am, the policymakers of our great state of Tennessee have made that decision. And they've done that in an overwhelming fashion at least twice in the last 3 months. And so we are upholding the laws of the state of Tennessee.
I thought it was just important to point this out because Ms. Clark was making the argument that while we are happy with a lot of the work that's been going on in the states from Democratic and Republican officials for waiving things, there are still a lot of problems out there. And one more I would add is that Tennessee does not permit voters to return their absentee ballot by means other than by mail. And we've had a lot of discussion about the Postal Service today. So why not provide drop boxes for voters who want to hand deliver their absentee ballots or mail-in ballots to election officials if people aren't sure about the mail? Tennessee is a state that's somewhat unique in that way. You don't even have these drop boxes.
Well, frankly, it's an anti-coercion methodology. I mean, if you look at it, if someone knows you've got an absentee ballot and they can say, hey, I'll be glad to take that for you and drop that off for you, they can either they can ask you what you fill that ballot out, or they can not turn it at all for you. We believe it's a great security measure to have someone returning their own ballot by the United States Postal Service. It prevents the type of ballot harvesting that we've seen in some of the other states.
Okay, well, I think there are many states, including a lot of red states, that have these drop-off ballot situations that haven't had this kind of problem. Do you have drop-off ballots, Mr. Stream, in your jurisdiction?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I didn't even know the answer, but I figured you did. Ms. Clark, do you want to comment nationally on this?
We've not seen any complaints or problems with drop boxes. They've proven to be an important complement during a season where there are tons of people casting absentee ballots. They complement the limited postal box offices that are available in communities and are just critical to providing access this season.
Okay, thank you very much.
Senator King?
Mr. Hargett, I'm sort of astounded by your testimony. Are you telling me that a citizen of Tennessee who is concerned about the coronavirus, which, by the way, your state is number 11 in the country in cases per 100,000 people, that's not a, quote, excuse? I don't know why you need an excuse to vote. But you're saying that someone can't say, I don't want to stand in line for 2 hours with several hundred other people and protect my health, that's not good enough in your state? Is that what you're telling me, Mr. Hargett?
Under Tennessee law, fear of contracting the coronavirus is not an excuse.
Well, that's pitiful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Senator King. I think that brings us to a conclusion. I want to thank the witnesses for being with us today. Thanks for your time. Thanks for this great information for our committee. Thanks to the members that participated. The record will be open for 1 week from today, and the committee's adjourned.